O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty and accomplish it perfectly, for the glory and honor of thy name and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Routine proceedings. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 2, the Public Service Sustainability Act, now be read a first time.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 2, the Public Services Sustainability Amendment Act, be now read a first time. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These amendments are to enhance the bill to enhance collective bargaining decisions made by both the province of Manitoba as well as some of the unions that are associated.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Committee reports. Tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table the following reports: the Brandon University Annual Financial Report for the year ended March 31st, 2019, the University of Winnipeg Consolidated Financial Statements for the year ended March 31st, 2019, and the University College of the North 2018-2019 Annual Report.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today in the Assembly to table the Material Distribution Agency Annual Report for the year ending March 31st, 2019. It's also my pleasure to rise today in the Assembly to table the Manitoba Financial Services Agency 2019 Annual Report.
Pursuant to Rule 83(1)(d), I am pleased to table the letter documenting the new Standing Committee membership composition for this legislature. Ministerial statements. The Honourable Minister for Growth, Enterprise and Trade, and I would indicate that the required 90 minutes notice prior to routine proceedings was provided in accordance with our Rule 26(2). Would the Honourable Minister please proceed with his statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is Fire Prevention Week, the week of October 6th to 12th, 2019. On behalf of the Office of the Fire Commissioner and the fire departments across the province, I remind all Manitobans that this year's Fire Prevention Week campaign, "Not Every Hero Wears a Cape, Plan and Practice Your Escape," works to educate everyone about the small but important actions they can take to keep themselves and those around them safe. That message is the theme of this year's campaign, and it's important because home fires today can burn faster than ever. In a typical home fire, you may have as little as 1 to 2 minutes to escape safely from the time the smoke alarm sounds. Escape planning and practice can help you make the most of the time you have, giving everyone enough time to get out. This year's campaign works to educate people about 3 basic but essential steps that will ensure people know how to safely escape in the event of a fire. First of all, plan ahead for your escape. Draw a map of your home, visit each room, find 2 ways out, typically a door and a window. Make your home escape plan. Secondly, practice your home fire drill. Talk about your plan with everyone in your home. Make sure your home has smoke alarms. Push the test button to make sure each alarm is working. And thirdly, escape quickly and safely. When the smoke alarm sounds in a real fire, it is too late to start making a plan. You could have only minutes to escape safely once the smoke alarm sounds. Go to your outside meeting place, which should be a safe distance from the home, and where everyone should know to meet, and call 911 or your local emergency number. When it comes to fire safety, maybe you are already a hero in your household or a community. If not, maybe you're feeling inspired to become one. It's easy to take that first step. Make your home escape plan today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
Madam Speaker, not every hero wears a cape. Plan and practice your escape. As some of you may know, it's this year's theme for Fire Prevention Week. It is true that not all heroes wear capes, and that is why Manitoba families are encouraged to prepare and plan for escapes in case of fire. The old adage, stop, drop, and roll, is a phrase we've all heard of, and we know. It's short and simple to remember, but it doesn't entail you the importance of families establishing a plan that involves quick and safe escape routes and a safe meeting place. This week, it's a reminder of the importance of such fire safety techniques and to keep ourselves and our families safe. Fires do happen, it's a possibility and a reality in our communities. In the last few weeks alone, we've had a number of fires in Manitoba. Last Tuesday, a fire broke out under the Osborne Street Bridge in the homeless encampment. Last Saturday morning, there were 2 fires in a space of 2 hours in Waverley West, in 2 storage buildings. In the north, fires have left people homeless without a place to turn to. Many of those who were injured got the treatment they needed. However, we know that in Gilbert Plains, tragically, one of those fires resulted in a fatality. The loss of one person in a fire is too many. I note this all to highlight the need for fire safety precautions and plans for us to promote fire safety is important, not only during this Fire Prevention Week, but all throughout the year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Madam Speaker, I ask for leave to speak in response to the minister's statement.
Does the member have leave to respond to the ministerial statement? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week through Saturday is Fire Prevention Week in Canada. This year's campaign, Not Every Hero Wears a Cape, Plan and Practice Your Escape, recognizes the everyday people who motivate their households to develop and practice a home fire escape plan. Ensuring your family has a known plan can have a life-saving impact in the case of a fire emergency. This week works to educate as many people as possible about the important actions they can and should take to keep themselves and those around them safe. It's important to note that you may have as little as 2 minutes from when the smoke alarm sounds to escape, so a well-thought-out plan is important to have in place for every household. Manitobans can go online to the National Fire Protection Association to access a checklist and more information on making a fire escape plan. It is important to note that when the smoke alarm sounds, it is too late to start making a plan. We would also like to thank firefighters and first responders for their remarkable courage and commitment to public service when faced with dangerous emergencies in Manitoba. Thank you.
Member statements. The Honourable Minister for Municipal Relations and Crown Services.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the Red River North constituency that I now represent. I'm honoured to serve as the first MLA for the new constituency, consisting of areas previously represented by my colleagues, the MLAs for Selkirk and Springfield-Bouchard. Red River North constituency is made up of East St. Paul, St. Clements, the villages of Narrow, Donner, and the communities of Lockport, East Selkirk, Lebo, Scanterbury, Grand Marais, and the East Beaches. The communities of Red River North are located in part on the shores of the Red River and a portion of the South Basin of Lake Winnipeg. In my short tenure as the MLA for the Red River North, I have already had the opportunity to meet and interact with some of the best families, farmers, and business owners in the province, and I truly am honored to have the opportunity to serve this very diverse area of our province. As in the past, I will be attending many local events, including upcoming Halloween at the Plaza in East St. Paul. My wife and I and our 5 grandchildren will be going there to the Centennial Plaza on October 12th for a magic show, face painting, and more fun activities. There is no better way, Madam Speaker, to meet my new constituents by being involved in the community and the events that are near and dear to their hearts. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome Mayors of East St. Paul, Shelley Hart, and Mayor St. Clements, Debbie Feeblecorn, to the gallery today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Madam Speaker, today I want to express my sincere gratitude to the community of the Maples. I deeply appreciate the support shown to me during the campaign period. I have been a resident of the Maples since I was 16-year-old, so for roughly 30 years. I have had the opportunity to see the growth of our community The Maples first became a riding during the provincial election of 1990. I believe it is one of the most diverse riding in Manitoba. In the recent years or so, the population has been rapidly increasing and constant of people who come from different backgrounds and cultures. With this happening, our community grows and becomes more diverse. I am deeply honored to be part of the community as well as their representative. First, I would like to thank my wife and children for their support during the campaign period. Second, I am grateful to my volunteer and staff for their strong dedication during and after the campaign. This was as an opportunity for me to interact and engage with members of the Maples community and to receive feedback on the issues that need to be addressed. These include healthcare, education, road expansion, and these are only few of the issues. I was able to gain clear understanding of our community's needs. I am thrilled to be part of the Maples and their advocate. I acknowledge the people who have worked hard toward making Maples a better community, and the people who have supported me continue to do so in my role as a MLA for the Maples. I am looking forward to be working with all the members of the Legislative Assembly and the community to make the Maples and the Manitoba a great place for all of us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Madam Speaker, I've got to say I'm feeling thankful. I know we still have 1 week to go before it's officially Thanksgiving Day, but I have reasons to be thankful every day of the week, and especially so today. I'm thankful that once again I get to have a seat in this venerable chamber. I'm thankful that the people of Radisson have trusted me enough to re-elect me. I'm thankful for an amazing campaign team that helped along the way. I'm thankful for my campaign manager, Nicholas Shirlette. I'm thankful for my volunteer coordinator, Andrea Van Delden, and my constituency assistant, Linda Squatz, who are all in the gallery. I'm thankful for my canvas coordinator, Alan Forbes, and my official agent, Rudy Van Gore. I'm thankful for super volunteer, Jonathan Nyhoff, and his father, John, who's here today. I'm thankful for the entire Blue Crew, and especially the two local members, Daniel Mulder and Melanie Teitzman, my daughter. I'm thankful for my sign crew, Bob Axford, who's here today, John DeVries, Phil Versteg and his crew, as well as Larry Swar and Uncle Jake Kewick, ably assisted by his wife, Aunt Rita. I'm thankful for all my volunteers and for all those who made financial contributions to my campaign. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for my family, for my lovely wife, Joanne, who's here, and our 6 children. Yes, 6. Michael, Melanie, Megan, Matthew, Marissa, and Mark. Mark's here too. I'm thankful for my mom, who's here today. I'm thankful for my dad, even though he passed away last year. I'm thankful for the example they showed me and the values they taught me and the faith they shared with me. And above all, I'm thankful that I'm not my own, but I belong body and soul to my faithful Savior, Jesus Christ. God the Father watches over me and His Spirit works within me. And together they give me matchless comfort in any and all circumstances. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful to live and serve in this beautiful province. I'm thankful to be a citizen in this amazing country where we enjoy unparalleled rights and freedoms. I'm thankful to be led by a premier who will defend those rights and to be part of a team that embraces those freedoms. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak today. You know I could talk for hours, but I only have 2 minutes. So with the few seconds I have left, I just have one thing to say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
The Premier's response to the addictions epidemic in our province has been to sit back, blame people, and hope it all goes away. Well, it's not going away. Families are paying the price for his inaction and lack of compassion or concern. Instead of investing in harm reduction strategies, prioritizing the safety and lasting recovery of those who are struggling with addictions, the Premier has repeatedly turned his back on them while simply ignoring the advice of healthcare professionals. While meth is ruining lives, the Pallister government is dismantling our healthcare system despite the high numbers of people getting treatment for meth-related issues. Treating people who are struggling with meth addiction is uniquely challenging because they need long-term addiction recovery program and because meth-induced psychosis can result in violence. Frontline workers are not equipped to deal with the issue of meth-induced patients. Despite the Premier's rhetoric on offering services, we know that he is repeatedly underfunded or done absolutely nothing. There is simply not enough resources dedicated to addictions and mental health services to have any impact on the meth crisis. The supports that do exist are unequipped to keep up with the current demand, exacerbating the sense of desperation that is permeating this very province. We know Manitobans are struggling in the current system, helping them. In fact, this Premier has made a very conscious decision to abandon all of our relatives with mental health crisis here in Manitoba. The question is, how many more Manitobans' lives will have to be ruined before this Premier takes action? The Premier needs to quit turning his back on the meth crisis and address it now.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two individuals and an organization, all with connections to my constituency of Riding Mountain, were recognized as the best of the best at the 21st Annual Manitoba Tourism Awards held in Winnipeg on September 19th. Megan Dudek won the Aspiring Youth Award. Her work with Parks Canada in Riding Mountain National Park elevated the park's marketing campaigns and events, including the first ever Pride event in a national park in Canada. Her work has contributed to increased visits, especially during the spring, fall, and winter seasons. The Third and Bird Clear Lake Summer Market was recognized with the Partnership Award. Partnering with Clear Lake Country, the first ever Third and Bird Market outside the city of Winnipeg was held in Wasagaming, boosting the profile of both events. The Award of Distinction Ambassador went to Carly McRae, who has grown into a fierce leader and champion for tourism and economic development in Clear Lake Country and Riding Mountain National Park. At the age of just 30, Carly became the owner of Lake House Properties, and with the revitalization of the property into a boutique hotel, has set the bar for business growth throughout the community. She is also the chair and founder of the successful Clear Lake Country Destination Marketing Organization. Madam Speaker, I am very proud of my constituents for their contributions to having Manitoba recognized by Lonely Planet as one of the top 10 regions in the world to visit in 2019. Congratulations to Megan Dudek, Third and Bird, and Carly McRae on being named winners of a Manitoba Tourism Award. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prior to oral questions, we have some guests in the gallery that I would like to introduce to you. We have seated in the public gallery from River East Collegiate 16 grade 9 students under the direction of Anita Stepanyuk, and this group is located in the constituency of the Honourable Member of Rossmere. On behalf of all members here, we welcome you to the Manitoba Legislature. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, in 2017, this Premier passed but then did not proclaim his unconstitutional wage freeze legislation, which puts it in the odd position of having received royal assent but not actually being a law, technically here in Manitoba. But the impact has been very clear. For more than 100,000 public sector workers, they have seen their wages frozen, even as the cost of living grows higher each and every year. This is a real concern for nurses, for teachers, for people who fix our highways. They're wondering, when are they going to get a raise to help them keep up with the ever-increasing cost of living? The question for the Premier is simple. Does he intend to proclaim that bill into law?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for his comments, Madam Speaker, because they allow me to make mention of the fact that, yes, the impact is becoming increasingly clear. The finances under the previous administration were a mess. We have not one, not two, but three credit rating downgrades, costing the people of Manitoba tens of millions of dollars, money that had to go to increased debt costs because, Madam Speaker, the NDP doubled our debt in just the last few years before they were finally thrown out of office. And now, just late last week, we see that our government's work is being recognized as internationally respected Standard & Poor's Global Ratings has announced that because we have delivered better than expected financial results, Madam Speaker, we're now a positive ranking which saves millions of dollars that we can now put towards the things that Manitobans value most.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's not very reassuring for the people here in the province who have seen their wages frozen even as this government continues to cut essential services like health care. Again, Madam Speaker, the Premier has brought forward an interesting proposition. He is today looking to amend a bill which is not actually a law. We can set that aside for the legal scholars to debate and to examine, but the real world impact for the people of Manitoba is this. Teachers, nurses, people who fix our highways, they have not received a cost of living increase for years because of this Premier, even as all their bills get more and more expensive. The question for the Premier and for his ministers today is, do they intend to pass and proclaim their wage freeze legislation into law?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, where was all this sympathy in the part of the NDP for frontline workers, Madam Speaker, when they were dipping into their pockets and raising taxes on them year after year after year, Madam Speaker? This was an administration under the previous government that led the country in only one category, and that was in taxing more from frontline workers and families and seniors all across the province. The incredible thing with the accomplishments of this government in its first term is that despite an increasingly fragile global economy, despite the inherited incredible levels of debt from the previous NDP, the highest in the country, Madam Speaker, we didn't raise taxes. No, we left more money in the hands of Manitoba families. And in fact, we lowered taxes like the PST. So while lowering taxes and putting more money into the pockets of Manitobans is our priority, taking the money out was the NDP's priority.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why the Premier is afraid to negotiate. And yet that is what he's done in his time in office. He ran away from the negotiating table with the federal government just because Justin Trudeau was on the other side of that table. And then here in the province of Manitoba, he's been afraid to negotiate in good faith with those people who deliver our public services. He has not negotiated with teachers or with nurses or the people who fix our roads across the province. That's more than 100,000 Manitobans who haven't gotten any sort of cost of living increase, nor have they received good faith negotiations from this government. He is now trying to amend a bill which is not a law. Does he intend to proclaim either of them into law here in Manitoba?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, I appreciate the member making reference to negotiation skills, Madam Speaker, and running away. The member has some expertise in both those things. Well, not the negotiating skills, just the running away part. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that we are asking all our frontline workers to put their hands on deck. We're asking all managers to put their hands on deck. And in fact, we've reduced the size of management at the top of the organization, which is what the NDP built up, Madam Speaker. They didn't strengthen the front lines. They strengthened it up at the top. So we're trimming at the top, and we're finding savings, and we're redirecting those savings to the front line. And companies like S&P Global are recognizing that and giving us a high rating, saying we've overachieved in our commitments, delivered better than expected financial results, and we're addressing the need to prepare for headwinds that are coming all across the Western world, Madam Speaker. So while we're strengthening the financial situation and the social situation here in Manitoba, the NDP weakened it. While they broke the system, we're repairing it.
Here.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There has been a massive amount of rain in Manitoba over the past few weeks, I think, as we can all attest. And we know that, unfortunately, later on this week, there's more rain to come and potentially even some snow. Now, while that is always cause for us to keep refreshing the weather apps on our phones, there are some serious issues that this raises. It does, when there's heavily saturated soil here in the province during a fall, we know that the next spring there can be an increasing likelihood of flooding. It's always a concern with climate change here in Manitoba. So the question for the Premier that I have is this: what specific steps is his government taking in light of this recent weather pattern to prepare for the possibility of flooding next spring?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the newfound enthusiasm for the weather on the part of the member. I would tell him that we are proceeding to do flood protection after investing close to $500 million in getting people back home in the Interlake that the NDP never got home. We're now making sure that they're going to be safer around the Lake Manitoba Basin with a historic investment in flood prevention there. And that is important and significant because those people have the right to get their lives back, Madam Speaker, and so we would hope that the NDP would use the occasion to support our project in this respect and to make sure that we work together to strengthen the security that people around the Lake Manitoba Basin deserve to have.
Sure.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So we know that flooding could be a concern next spring, and unfortunately, we also know the steps that this Premier is already taking. And I'll table a request for proposals that was recently just issued by this First Minister. They're looking at selling off the Amphibex machines, which are used to clear ice from the Red River and from other places to prevent spring flooding here in Manitoba. Directly quoting from that document, divestment from the Amphibex machines and associated equipment. This option could include sale of Manitoba's Amphibex machines to the new service provider, end quote. Now, Manitoba has invested millions of dollars into these Amphibex machines. They are a made in Manitoba success story, if you will, to help prevent spring flooding. Why is the Premier trying to sell off our Amphibexes?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, we're interested, Madam Speaker, in making sure that Manitobans are as secure as is possible, given Mother Nature's vagaries. That's why we've invested significantly, the most significant investments, by the way, in the history of Manitoba in restoring the Rainy Day Fund. The member speaks about readiness. We agree. We need to be ready in the event of possible flooding or other disasters in the province. The NDP actually used that Rainy Day Fund to try to create the false impression that they were able to manage the finances of the province when they were not. They depleted the fund from well over $800 million down to around $100 million in good times, Madam Speaker, and now we are going to restore it and have begun the process of restoring it so that those funds are available in the event of future flooding, forest fires, and the like, Madam Speaker. So where they mismanaged, we are managing well.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the question was about Amphibex machines. The answer, well, there wasn't much of an answer there, was there, Madam Speaker? Again, these Amphibex machines are used to protect communities like Selkirk, like St. Clements, like St. Andrews, tons of communities upstream from Lake Winnipeg and other areas of the province which are prone to flooding. We know that these Amphibex machines, their use, their application, was in many ways pioneered here in Manitoba, and as such, they represent an innovation that we ought to be proud of in terms of fighting climate change and keeping communities safe from flooding. However, we now know that this Premier is looking to sell off these machines. It's a questionable decision at best, could potentially put communities at greater risk of flooding. Will the Premier stand in the House today and commit that he will not sell off our Amphibex machines?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, it reminds me, Madam Speaker, of a few weeks ago when we made a commitment as a government to invest an additional $2 billion in health care, and the member opposite went out and proclaimed that he'd give people a toonie for parking. Madam Speaker, his priorities are all wrong. The fact is we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars in flood prevention while he's talking about a machine that is a fraction of the investment. Madam Speaker, while we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars in a conservation trust, he talks about smaller items, Madam Speaker. His ability to prioritize is something that's on display here today. The fact of the matter is flood prevention, investments in a rainy day fund totaling over $1 billion, just those two initiatives alone, are tremendously significant preventative measures that we are taking as a government to protect Manitobans against disaster. One of those disasters we know in the past was an NDP government that failed to do exactly that.
The honourable member for the Maples.
Madam Speaker, Pallister government spent millions of dollars creating an online system for basic insurance services. By the government's own estimates, this would have saved Manitobans tens of millions of dollars. But the Pallister government chose not to implement this system to protect their friends in the insurance industry. Why are they only concerned with their political friends?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations and Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly the NDP under, or MPI under the NDP had 17 years, I believe, Madam Speaker, to move towards online services, and quite frankly ignored it like they do with almost every file that they were presented with in the 17 years, Madam Speaker. We're looking forward to working with MPI as we go forward through their GRA process, which commenced today, Madam Speaker, and certainly looking forward to working with them.
The honourable member for the Maples on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, MPI rates are up in 8% in just the last few years. Through Freedom of Information, we have discovered that two consultants, Deloitte and Avasant, both provided government advice on use of the online services. I asked the minister, did these firms recommend to the government that they go through online sales? And how much did their work cost?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations and Crown Services.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And the NDP, we're happy to give away, reserves to fit their political needs, Madam Speaker, as they did in many cases, in particular to MPI, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member had an opportunity to read the paper today, because I know that's where the majority of the news comes from the MDP side of the House. But rates are projected for passenger vehicles, Madam Speaker, to be 0.9% decrease for 2020.
The honourable member for the Maples on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the answer, of course, is that Deloitte and Avasant recommended implementing online services. But the Pallister government ignored that advice, threw millions of dollars away, all to protect their friends in the insurance industry. Why does the minister and the Pallister government continue to interfere with our crown to protect their well-connected friends?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations and Crown Services.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And I can tell the member opposite that both MPI and the brokers are focused on providing the best service and products for Manitobans, Madam Speaker. And I can also tell the member that we've also directed MPI to enter into conciliation with IBAN, Madam Speaker. Conciliation will bring both together to find a solution that benefits all Manitobans.
The honourable member for Concordia.
Madam Speaker, Manitobans rely on strong infrastructure investments to grow our economy, to build our province, and for their livelihoods. But instead of making smart, strategic investments in infrastructure, this Premier and his minister have decided to leave federal infrastructure money sitting on the table. These are much needed upgrades to our roads, to our highways, and they are being passed by. These are also projects that would help reduce our environmental impact. Why is the minister depriving Manitobans of much needed investments in infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the member for Concordia knows that he's gotten it all wrong. In fact, our government has invested historic amounts since we've been elected and we're willing to put our record up against the NDP record anytime. In fact, I'd like to point out to the Manitoba Legislature, the Department of Infrastructure has now tabled the environmental impact statement for the Lake Manitoba Lake St. Martin outlet. We've gotten accomplished in 3 years, which is something that the member for Concordia and every one of the NDP members never could get accomplished in 17 years.
The honourable member for Concordia on a supplementary question.
The reality is, Madam Speaker, that important projects are stalled under this government. And their own documents now show that they've spent less than 10% of the federal funds for infrastructure in our province that they had available to them. These are good jobs for Manitobans. These are needed upgrades that families count on. But they continue to drag their heels and fight the federal government every chance they get. Why is this minister leaving important infrastructure investments on the table?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, again, the member for Concordia has his facts all wrong. First of all, Madam Speaker, it is a 10-year program, and yes, we've already taken 10% of that money in the first year of the program. But I'd like to point out to the member opposite, while he's on the topic, if we want to talk about investments in infrastructure, the first full year of the NDP when they got into office, 2000-2001, they spent $98 million on infrastructure. Our government, first year in office, spent $443 million on infrastructure. Manitoba, when it comes to investing, our government has always been number one. We need no lessons from the member from Concordia.
The honourable member for Concordia on a final supplementary.
Once again, Madam Speaker, the minister refuses to be accountable for the underspending that his government is undertaking. And it couldn't be clearer, Madam Speaker, when the facts are this clear when it comes to the North End treatment plant. Manitobans understand this is an important project that would make our environment better and is an important priority for them. But they refuse. This government does to provide municipalities the much needed funds to upgrade and repair roads. They refuse to fix Manitobans' highways, and the Premier and Minister continue to cost Manitobans in more ways than one. Why is the Minister refusing to use federal infrastructure dollars on the priorities of Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member for Concordia is like a pickerel on a dock. He's just flopping all around. I'd like to point out to the member when it comes to underspending. The first full year of government, they spent $98 million. The second year they had government, $93 million. The third year, $111 million. Madam Speaker, in the first 3 years of their government, they didn't even spend what we spend 1 year. Every year consistently on infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to point out to the House our government has spent on amazing projects, and I'd like to point them to Freedom Road, which the community begged for 17 years. Member for Concordia, leader of the opposition, the NDP, couldn't get it done. Under the leadership of our Premier and our government, we got it done on time, on budget, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for the Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for nearly 2 years, our party has raised concerns in this House about the Minister's Crown land reforms and the devastating effect it will have on family farms. The Minister ripped up a balanced approach that ensured young people could expand their herds and remain in Manitoba. In its place, the only criterion the Minister now considers is who has the most money. And he's doing this right in the middle of a crisis as producers struggle to find feed for their animals. Why has the Minister pursued such an unreasonable approach to Crown lands?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. In fact, the Crown Lands Amendment Act is something there for our young farmers, something that's going to be modernized. We had an antiquated system that was a point system that didn't work. In fact, land stayed in the hands of people that weren't even using cattle anymore. So certainly in subletting it, this is a chance for our young producers to finally have an opportunity to get this Crown land.
The Honourable Member for Burrows on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, nearly 400 beef producers gathered in St. Rose du Lac last week to express their outrage with these changes. Many producers explained that over 90% of their operations are Crown lands, and they risk losing their farms should an out-of-province corporation outbid them for the land they have held for years. Others explained that these changes make it unlikely that their children will carry on their farms. This spells the death of the family farm for many beef producers. Why is the minister putting dollars ahead of the continuance of our family farms?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is dead wrong. I'll be happy to provide a briefing to the member in order for him to understand exactly the technicalities of the Crown Land Amendment Act. This gives the young farmers the opportunity to lease this land for 15 years with 2 more automatic renewals if they so wish. So this is an act that's going to be benefiting young farmers, not holding them back like they did for 17 years under their watch.
The Honourable Member for Burrows on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the minister knows full well that what he is doing is a radical departure to how agricultural Crown land is leased in Canada. Many of the producers at the meeting in St. Rose du Lac fear skyrocketing increases in their lease payments. And they know our western neighbors, including Saskatchewan and Alberta, don't have systems like the one the minister is imposing. The minister still has an opportunity to change course. Will he restore the point system that ensured young producers had a fair shot at building their herd and staying in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Crown land is a very important asset for Manitobans. It belongs to all Manitobans, and all Manitobans should have access to that Crown land. The Crown Amendment Act will do exactly that, give them the accessibility that they need in order to provide new beef herds for our Manitoba farmers.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Madam Speaker, during the election, the Minister of Sustainable Development claimed through the media that she did not intervene to benefit Tory candidate Ron Evans with a fishing license. It turns out that's not true. Through Freedom of Information, we now know that it was in fact the minister's decision to grant Mr. Evans a license. And I would like to know why the minister misled Manitobans.
The Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development.
Sit down now. Madam Speaker, our department has a fair process for all commercial fishers, and the department had processed the application just as they would any other candidate, and the result was to grant Mr. Evans a portion of that fishery as he was entitled to.
The order. The Honourable Member for Wolseley on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, it's still perplexing why the minister misled Manitobans through the media. The decision document dated April 9th, 2019 regarding Mr. Evans reads that a decision is requested as soon as possible. So just before he became a candidate, the minister decided to award Mr. Evans a fishing license against the wishes of the local fishers co-op, and then covered up that decision, telling media during the election that she did not intervene, but it is in fact right here in black and white in these documents. So why did the minister mislead Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development.
Well, Madam Speaker, what is perplexing is this NDP's fixation on misleading and fear-mongering and secret deals for their friends. That's something that party was an expert on. Our government has a process. We followed a process thoroughly, and we stand behind the decisions that we have made.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear. The minister told the media that she did not intervene on Mr. Evans' behalf. We heard a little earlier that perhaps the other party doesn't follow the news, and we do, and so that's how we know about this. But the facts are pretty clear in the tabled document.
Order.
She made a decision based on the document that I've submitted to award Mr. Evans a license. She refused to explain that to the public because she knows it's entirely inappropriate to award a license to one of her party's candidates right before an election and to not follow the process that was in place with the fishing co-op. So why does the minister continue to mislead Manitobans on this point?
The Honourable Minister for Sustainable Development.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the only one who's misleading anyone right now is the member for Wolseley. And I can understand why the NDP are a little bit sensitive on the handling of the fisheries files. For years, they did nothing to address the sustainability of the fisheries in the province of Manitoba. Since our government took office, we have addressed very challenging issues. We're working very collaboratively with fishers so that we can have a sustainable fishery, that we can grow the fishery in the province of Manitoba. Unlike members opposite, who literally turned their back on the fishers, allowed Lake Winnipeg to become the most endangered lake in the world, and also allowed zebra mussels to come in at an unprecedented rate. That's their record on managing the fisheries. We've got a record that we're very proud of.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
We all know that there have been ongoing issues with lead contamination across Winnipeg. Last week in estimates, the Minister of Health had this to say about lead tests in soil. He said, and I quote, "Members of the NDP knew and took deliberate steps to not disclose levels of lead in the soil at the Weston School playground." Does the Minister have evidence of who made these decisions and what the discussion was? Or is the Minister or the Premier willing to release any documentation or emails the government has to support these allegations?
The Honourable Minister for Sustainable Development.
Well, I appreciate the question on transparency in regards to the contamination of soil in the province of Manitoba. Where the NDP hid the reports in 1988, Mr. Pauley hid the reports, and all throughout the 17 years that they were in government, they hid the reports on lead contamination in various neighborhoods throughout the province. Not only has our government released all that information, made it publicly available, we've also undertaken additional soil samples. We've also hired a consultant to give us proper advice on how to move forward to ensure a healthy, natural environment for all members of the community.
The Honourable Member for St. B on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that. The issue of lead contamination from old sources is long-standing. We know there were smelters in Weston, near Point Douglas, and other areas that could have been sources of lead and other heavy metals, but it is an open question about whether residents of St. Boniface are still being subjected to new pollution from modern scrap metal recycling when burning metal may be vaporized and raining down on people's yards. An air monitor was promised, it was installed, the website says it's working, but it isn't sharing the data. So the Kavanaugh Park air monitor has completely disappeared from the government's website. When will this be fixed, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to point out that the members opposite fear-mongering, mudslinging, and putting incorrect information is certainly not helpful to the debate. What I can tell him also about the additional air quality monitoring station that that our government provided after the NDP had slashed the funding for air quality monitoring, we've been restoring that funding. We have a mobile unit as well as a new stationary unit at Kavanaugh Park. They are uploading the data. That data is reporting on a very regular basis, and if the member opposite would like a briefing on how to interpret the data, I'd be more than happy to provide that.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface on a final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I would appreciate that the information could just be posted on the website for all to see. On the issue of lead contamination and ingestion, we are having to beg and plead for air, water, and soil testing. There is another option, which is that we should just be testing people for exposure to lead and both treating them and finding the source. It was blood tests for lead in children and workers in the 1970s that first proved there was an issue with lead contamination. Will this government consider following the example of other jurisdictions and test individuals for lead, then find the source and follow up with remediation later?
The Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development.
Well, unlike members opposite who irresponsibly just announced a pot of money for actions that had absolutely no outcomes when it came to the lead contamination issue, our government has hired expert advice. We will be following the advice from our experts in terms of what next steps should be taken to ensure that we have a natural environment that is protected as well as public health.
Nice job.
The Honourable Member for McPhillips.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On Friday, Standard & Poor's bond rating agency improved Manitoba's outlook from stable to positive. This is another sign of our commitment to fixing Manitoba's finances is getting positive results. In the continued interest of responsible fiscal management, today the Finance Minister introduced Bill 2, which further encourages an all-hands-on-deck approach to repairing the financial mess left by the previous NDP administration. Can the Minister please share with this House why this bill is so important to the sustainability of our public services?
Good job.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you for the question. S&P is right. The outlook for Manitoba is very positive. Today, I introduced the Public Service Sustainability Amendment Act. This bill broadens sustainability savings and really increases the opportunities for employers as well as unions to bargain and work together. We've been listening to employees and employers, and these amendments will make collective bargaining more flexible and more responsive, Madam Speaker. It will allow for greater discretion in compensation and will also enhance innovative ideas to meet the needs of both taxpayers as well as employees. This is part of our plan, Manitoba, to make Manitoba one of the most improved provinces in Canada. Madam Speaker.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Madam Speaker, Manitobans deserve more answers from the Minister and his government on what's to come in their healthcare system. We know that a draft of the next provincial clinical preventative and services plan was submitted to the Minister's office in June. And we know that the Minister has used the first clinical preventative and services plan as validation for all of his cuts and closures. Manitobans deserve to know what's to come. Has the Minister approved the draft plan?
The Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, and Manitobans were very delighted to know what was next to come. A $2 billion healthcare guarantee that our government announced. That includes a $90 million enhancement to the St. Boniface Hospital, an additional hiring of 200 nurses, as well as the opening of the dedicated heart or the stroke unit at the HSC campus. So Manitobans have a lot to look forward in terms of healthcare guarantee delivery.
The Honourable Member for Union Station on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Manitobans are continuing to experience the effects of the Minister's healthcare cuts each and every single day. Every time a family tries to find a family doctor, the wait list continues to grow. Every time they try to access preventative primary care, they can't because this Minister continues to close clinics. Every time they step foot into the remaining ERs and urgent cares, they're waiting longer and longer. And when their parents and grandparents need physiotherapy and occupational therapy post-operations, they're paying more and more out of pocket. Could the Minister please inform the House when the Provincial Clinical Preventative and Services Plan will be released?
The Honourable Minister of Sustainable Development.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to stand up and refute the members opposite the misinformation that she put out in her preamble. In fact, our government has hired 300 new nurses since we took office. We spent $414 million more on healthcare than the NDP ever did. We've guaranteed a $2 billion additional enhancement in healthcare. And this morning we made a wonderful investment in mental health services where we are getting real action. We've got many new initiatives to address mental health concerns in the province of Manitoba. We're transforming the healthcare system, something members opposite lack the courage to do.
The Honourable Member for Union Station on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the Phase 2 updates left a glimpse of what's to come for Manitobans in the healthcare system. The Minister's plan changes are another step towards creating a two-tier healthcare system. We know the Minister is planning on privatizing services, and that's not all. They're also planning on more business cases for other areas of our healthcare system. Could the Minister please inform the House when the provincial clinical preventative and services plan will be released so all Manitobans can get the answers and the information that they deserve?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, I guess, Madam Speaker, the NDP's pessimism isn't based on fact, because the fact is that our wait times have improved at all Winnipeg hospitals. Grace Hospital, since the NDP were put out of office, 19% improvement in waits. Health Sciences, 5% improvement. Concordia, 17% shorter waits. Seven Oaks, 4%. Victoria, 35%. And St. B, 29%. Madam Speaker, worrying about Phase 2, Madam Speaker, I think Manitobans are tremendously excited based on the success so far of Phase 1 that Phase 2 get underway.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to the Premier. This government has done nothing to support consumer issues in the last 3 years. We have consumers victimized by home builders, shoddy construction of new homes. We have direct sellers who have been duped residents into signing long-term contracts that they didn't understand for goods such as water purifier equipment. We have companies offering free samples of beauty products online only to have customer cards being charged multiple times when they failed to cancel in the time frame specified in mice type buried deep in the online contract. When will this government wake up and start defending consumers?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, I know that the member failed to protect consumers, as did the party he belonged to for many years, and he knows it too, Madam Speaker, and that's why he just campaigned for the second time in a row without the words New Democrat on his sign. The fact remains, whenever the NDP had a chance to raid the pockets of Manitobans, whether it was on raising car registration fees or adding the PST to home insurance, they did it. They grabbed the money. They said, we can spend it better than you people. And that's what this member over here was part of, Madam Speaker. He was part of that raid on the purchasing power and the affordability of the people of Manitoba. He should apologize to the people of Manitoba for picking their pockets for so many years, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Premier should have driven around the Elmwood constituency. He would have seen hundreds of signs with NDP prominently displayed on the sign. But he takes a route around the constituency anytime he has to come in to Rossmere because he won't drive through it. Now, Madam Speaker, many new home buyers have had new houses falling apart shortly after possession. When will this government take action to protect these homeowners?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I know he's trying to lobby the leader on this repositioning away from the Liberals, but I don't think it's going to work. He's stuck in the outlands of the legislature because he never stood up for Manitobans when he had the chance. He was part of an NDP government that raided the bank balances of Manitobans year after year after year, that picked the pockets of Manitobans, that made zero progress, for example, Madam Speaker, on helping Manitobans get more online insurance products, Madam Speaker. Something he could have advocated for but failed to.
The time for oral questions has expired. Petitions. The honourable member for St. Boniface on a MUPI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present today under Rule 38.1 a matter of urgent public importance. I move, seconded by the MLA for River Heights, that under Rule 38.1 the ordinary business of the House be set aside to discuss a matter of urgent public importance, namely the need for urgent attention to the changes in the regulations related to the Crown Lands Leasing Agreement, as the changes may have a devastating impact on the livelihoods of hundreds of farmers so that they may not be able to operate predictably and sustainably.
Before recognizing the honourable member for St. Boniface, I should remind all members that under Rule 38(2), the mover of a motion on a matter of urgent public importance and one member from the other recognized parties in the House are allowed not more than 10 minutes to explain the urgency of debating the matter immediately. As stated in Beauchene Citation 390, urgency in this context means the urgency of immediate debate, not of the subject matter of the motion. In their remarks, members should focus exclusively on whether or not there is urgency of debate and whether or not the ordinary opportunities for debate will enable the House to consider the matter early enough to ensure that the public interest will not suffer. The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise this MUPI to bring urgent attention to the changes in regulations related to the Crown Lands Leasing Agreement, as the changes may have a devastating impact on the livelihoods of hundreds of farmers so they may not be able to operate predictably and sustainably. We've heard concerns from many people on these changes. Last week in St. Rose du Lac, close to 400 people gathered to organize in opposition to the regulatory changes to the program. This is an issue that needs to be addressed soon. The government's promise of a balanced and modernized approach to handling the program does not live up to that which the changes to the regulations deliver. The regulations announced September 27th risks driving hundreds of farmers out of business and driving farmers out of Manitoba. The farmers and communities who are affected need to know now whether this government is going to act to and continue with the mistake they are making, or whether they're willing to change course and fix the problem they've made.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking to the requested matter of urgent public importance, there's no question that this is an important issue, and I wouldn't dispute that it's important, Madam Speaker. And certainly our Minister of Agriculture has answered questions and spoken to the issue and the reason and the rationale for the change, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to how this relates to flooding that is happening in many parts of our province and the impact that it's having on agriculture, our Minister of Agriculture has been fully engaged and responsive on that issue as well, Madam Speaker. But the broader issue is not so much whether it is important, but whether it rises to such urgency that the matters of the day should be set aside, and whether or not there are other opportunities to raise these issues. Of course, we have estimates. We plan to have estimates this afternoon. And we've already committed to have estimates for the rest of the week. There'll be opportunities in the different estimates, and particularly when it comes to agriculture, for the member to ask questions on this particular issue. But I also would note that in question period is an opportunity to ask questions on this issue if it's of such importance to the member opposite. Of course, I did hear the NDP, the official opposition, raise this in question period, and there was an eloquent answer from the Minister of Agriculture. But what surprises me is that the very member, the very party that brings forward this matter of urgent public importance didn't think it was of such importance to even raise it during question period, Madam Speaker. So he defeats his own case by his actions, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. I do actually want to concur with my colleague, the member opposite, in respect of that, of course, that this is a very important issue. And Madam Speaker, that is why the member for Burroughs brought it up in question period, understanding the need to have a public discourse in this chamber today on the matter. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that the member for St. Boniface had ample time in his 3 questions to bring it up as well, or even if he was so inclined to give one of his other members some time up in question period to also bring up the question, but he chose neither of those options. So, Madam Speaker, as you know, we do have estimates. We only have estimates for 4 days this week. I know that the Liberal members are anxious to also have some time in estimates, so I would suggest that they concentrate on estimates and that we look forward to your judgment on this. Miigwech.
I thank the honourable members for their advice to the chair on the motion proposed by the honourable member for St. Boniface for a matter of urgent public importance. The 90 minutes notice required prior to the start of routine proceedings by Rule 38, Bracket 1 was provided, and I thank the honourable member for that. Under our rules and practices, the subject matter requiring urgent consideration must be so pressing that the public interest will suffer if the matter is not given immediate attention. There must also be no other reasonable opportunities to raise the matter. I have listened very carefully to the arguments put forward. Although the subject of regulations and Crown lands leasing agreements and the impact on farmers are important issues for our society, I do not believe the public interest will suffer if the issue is not debated today. I would also note that there are other opportunities where this issue can be raised, such as during oral questions, member statements, grievances, or the consideration of the agricultural estimates. Therefore, with the greatest of respect, I rule that this motion is out of order as a matter of urgent public importance. Grievances? Orders of the day. Government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment to the estimate sequence in accordance with Section 2B of the sessional order passed by this House on September 30th, 2019. We are advising that the section of the Committee of Supply meeting in room 254 will consider the estimates of the Department of Justice instead of Executive Council for today, October 7th, 2019, and tomorrow, October 8th, 2019. In the event that the estimates of the Department of Justice concludes prior to the adjournment hour on either days, the estimates of the Department of Sustainable Development will be considered next on these days only, and this has been signed by myself and the opposition House Leader.
It has been announced that in accordance with Section 2, Bracket B of the sessional order passed by this House on September 30th, 2019, we are being advised that the section of the Committee of Supply meeting in room 254 will consider the estimates of the Department of Justice instead of Executive Council for today, October 7th, 2019, and tomorrow, October 8th, 2019. In the event that the estimates of the Department of Justice concludes prior to the adjournment hours on either days, the estimates of the Department of Sustainable Development will be considered next on these days only. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Please resolve into Committee of Supply.
It has been announced that the House will consider estimates this afternoon. The House will now resolve into Committee of Supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Will the Committee of Supplies please come to order? This section of Committee of Supplies now consider the estimates of the Department of Families. Does the Honourable Minister have an opening statement? The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to welcome my new opposition critic, the member for Thompson, to her new role as an MLA and to her new critic role as well in the Manitoba Legislature. I also want to welcome my opposition critic for Families, the member for the Pas-Kamisak, back to her role as well. Mr. Chair, I am pleased today in my opening statement to present highlights of the 2019-20 Department of Families budget. I'd like to go over some of the important investments our government is making in many areas of the Department of Families through budget 2019-20. In early learning and childcare, quality, affordable, and accessible childcare spaces continue to be highly demanded across Manitoba. As the Minister of Families, I am committed to addressing this issue by increasing childcare spaces through investment in private sector spaces and the development of school, home, and community-based spaces. Budget 2019-20 provides almost $3 million in new funding to support the creation of 1,600 new childcare spaces, including funding for the new capital construction and operating grants. Combined with earlier progress in our first term, that brings the total of new spaces supported by our government to more than 3,200 spaces. To ensure accessibility for families, almost 500 of these spaces are school-based in new school builds. This fall, up to almost 150 of these new school spaces will be opening. Budget 2018-19 also included more than $2 million in funding for the Child Care Centre Development Tax Credit. This new refundable tax credit we will continue to support is designed to encourage private businesses to create new child care spaces for their employees and the surrounding community. In 2019-20, our government will take the next step in our commitment to provide equity in funding for family child care providers. The third installment of operating grant increases will result in total funding increases to date of 52% for infant spaces, 51% for preschool spaces, and 11% for school-age spaces. These operating grant increases may encourage individuals to become licensed and expand the net new number of licensed home-based spaces. We strongly believe that these initiatives under the new Early Learning and Childcare Strategy and the Canada-Manitoba Early Learning and Childcare Agreement will result in the best possible outcomes for Manitoba children and families. Under that agreement, we have established and will be convening a new Minister's consultation table on early learning and childcare, which will ensure we are engaging the Manitoba Child Care Association, early childhood educators, and parents as we move childcare forward. In Child and Family Services, our government is committed to child welfare transformation that meets the needs of children and families. We know that we inherited a system that doesn't meet the needs of families or communities, and we remain committed to improving that system. Our reforms, including legislative changes, reflect many of the recommendations of the Legislative Review Committee, the Manitoba Advocate for Children and Youth, Indigenous partners, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. The transformation is focused on 4 pillars: community-based prevention, lifelong connections through reunification and permanence, funding for results, and legislative reform. The transformation plan will support healthy communities, strong families, and keep children and youth safe. A new block funding initiative known as single envelope funding was announced in February 2019 as part of the transformation. This initiative is meant to shift the incentive away from volume-driven funding and taking kids into care. Instead, it will provide child and family services authorities and agencies with more flexibility to focus on prevention, early intervention, the involvement of families, and other positive supports. The single envelope funding approach will also help reduce administrative burdens and improve autonomy and accountability. Also announced in February 2019, Child and Family Services agencies are now able to retain the Children's Special Allowance, amounting to approximately $33 million annually. Our government will continue to move forward with child welfare reform, including reaching out to the federal government to better understand its vision for Indigenous child welfare across Canada. We will work in collaboration with First Nations and Métis communities, community partners, and Child and Family Services authorities and agencies. Through the reform process, we will continue to focus on fostering community-driven solutions that support families and children and achieve better outcomes for Manitoba children. We are seeing increases in reunifications and reductions in apprehensions and birth alerts. For the first time in 15 years last year and again this year, we are seeing fewer kids in care and fewer days spent in care. We know there's more to do, and our government is committed to continued progress in this area. In housing, in 2019, the Manitoba government will provide for a robust suite of programs and services that ensure low and moderate income Manitobans have access to safe and affordable housing. Budget 2019-20 provides the Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation with an increase of $1.7 million. Our government is providing almost $118 million in the Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation in 2019-2020. Funding for housing includes $13.1 million to match funds the federal government has made available under the National Housing Strategy. In June 2019, the Manitoba government signed a bilateral agreement with the Government of Canada. This funding will help us with the implementation of a new provincial housing framework. Our government believes that home ownership is a critical investment in a family's well-being and financial future. Budget 2019-20 increases support for affordable home ownership, making $2 million available to provide assistance that puts first-time buyers into homes that they can afford. Increased funds will provide for the cost to operate approximately almost 35,000 subsidized units across Manitoba. The Manitoba government will continue to invest in the repair and improvement of social and affordable housing. In addition, we have budgeted over $100 million in capital funding to ensure low-income Manitobans live in safe, quality housing, and that Manitoba's housing's deferred maintenance inherited from the previous government continues to be addressed. Supports for persons with disabilities. I am pleased to advise that Budget 2019-20 provides an additional $13.6 million for the Community Living Disability Services Program. We are committed to ensuring that Community Living Disability Services Program is sustainable now and into the future, and that funding is maximized to support as many program participants as possible. To achieve this objective, we are continuing the program's implementation of an assessment-informed approach and to planning and services that ensures decisions about service provision and funding are fair, equitable, and transparent. As Minister with the responsibility for the Accessibility for Manitobans Act, I am pleased to report on our progress in making Manitoba more inclusive for all of its citizens, including 1 in 4 Manitobans with disabilities. Since November 2018, Manitoba businesses and nonprofit organizations with at least 1 employee must meet accessible customer service requirements under the Accessibility for Manitobans Act. In 2019-20, new accessibility requirements for employment will help remove barriers to recruitment, hiring, and advancement of employees affected by disabilities. As a government, we remain committed to the full implementation of the Accessibility for Manitobans Act and will continue with the development of the remaining accessibility standards in 2019-20. And as part of our government's first 100 days commitments, we will be consulting persons with disabilities on the development of a new disabilities pension program. Poverty reduction. On March 4th of this year, I was pleased to release Pathways to the Better Future, Manitoba's poverty reduction strategy. This is our whole-of-government plan to prevent and reduce poverty. Manitoba's poverty reduction strategy is guided by a clear vision, targets, and timelines. Our first strategy includes a target that we have already exceeded according to Statistics Canada data. The next challenge will be maintaining that reduction and continually striving to address poverty factors to exceed that target. I am also pleased to report that Manitoba has succeeded in reducing child poverty in Manitoba by 42% and is no longer the child poverty capital of Canada. We recognize there is more work to do, and we are committed to working with community partners and stakeholders to help further reduce poverty. Help for low-income Manitobans. Life got more expensive under the previous government. Our government is making life more affordable for all families, and we are also focused on helping elevate low-income Manitobans by helping them gain greater financial independence. For 2018-19, the EIA caseload grew at 1.5%, continuing the positive trend of slowing growth that began in 2017-18. We are emphasizing supports for independence for people receiving EIA in 2 ways: assistance accessing other income sources and supporting employment preparation and planning. I'm pleased to share that our strategy is working. In 2018-19, a new Supports for Independence unit helped approximately 50 people every month to access resources they are eligible to receive, increasing their income as a result. Jobs on Market, a rapid reemployment service model, continues to be a cornerstone that supports for independence approach. Since February 2017, over 5,700 people have been served, and over 1,700 of these people have been assisted to move to independence from the EIA program. The Jobs on Market model is now being expanded. Jobs on 9th will begin operations in Brandon this fall. Our government continues to invest in benefits to help people with low incomes meet their basic needs and live with dignity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Budget 2019-20 demonstrates our government's commitment to high-quality services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide opening remarks, and I look forward to questions from the committee.
Time is up. We thank the Minister for those comments. Does the official opposition critic have any opening comments? The honourable member for Thompson.
It's an honour to be here today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the Minister of Families, and I look forward to a productive few hours as I learn a little bit more about the department and this important work. I'll be spending my time talking about important issues, social supports that we have in the government, including housing, childcare, and supports for those with disabilities. I intend to speak with the Minister about issues of poverty and to encourage the Minister to take much more forceful steps in addressing poverty and the underlying causes of poverty. I have a few concerns, including we need people to do important work in the government. I'm concerned that the Pallister government's reduction in personnel has gone too far. I'm concerned with the Pallister's government changes made to programs like Rent Assist and the ability and the reduced eligibility to that program. I will seek assurances that no other programs will be cut. But for today, I'm going to spend a good deal of time talking about childcare. I feel passionately about this issue. We also realize that there is more investment that is needed to address this growing demand for childcare. And we know good quality childcare is essential for both growth and development for children and the mobility of women and a strong workforce, because we cannot talk about a good economy without good quality childcare. Thank you.
We thank the critic for the official opposition for those remarks. Under the Manitoba practice, debate for the minister's salary be the last item considered in the Department of Committee of Supply. Accordingly, we shall now defer consideration for item number 9.1a contained in Resolution 9.1. At this time, I invite the ministerial and opposition staff to enter the chamber, and we ask the members to introduce their staff as they proceed. So I'll get the minister to introduce her staff as they're taking their seats.
Yeah,
the Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have with me today John Leggett, who is the Deputy Minister in the Department of Families. We have Brian Brown, who is Assistant Deputy Minister, who is responsible for Administration and Finance Division. We have Michelle Stephen Weens, who's here with us today, who's the Director of Early Learning and Childcare. And we have my Special Assistant, Braden Jones.
Thank you, Minister. And I'll get the honourable member for Thompson to introduce her staff.
Chris Sanderson, Senior Policy Analyst.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the committee wish to proceed with the estimates of this department in chronologically or on a global discussion? Global, okay. Agreed by everyone? Agreed, so we'll go with a global discussion. Okay, thank you, and it's agreed that we're going to go with the global manner and the resolution to be passed once questions are concluded. The floor is now open for questions. The honourable member for Thompson.
There are reductions in the following pages on lines on page 14 and 15 of the budget estimates. Agency accountable for support unit, 1. Winnipeg Services and Community Service Development, 1. Manitoba Development Centers, 7.2. Winnipeg and Child and Family Services, 7.2. Employment and Income Rent Assist, 3. Corporate Support and Corporate Services, 2. Strategic Initiatives and Program Supports, 2. Early Learning and Childcare, 3. Can the minister go through these 26 positions and explain why these positions have been eliminated, and can she confirm if they were eliminated through attrition?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. And in fact, we are going through some changes in the Department of Families, some reorganization, and this is a result of that. These FTEs, and no one, this was done through attrition, and no one lost their job as a result of this.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
What were the 3 positions in early learning and childcare that were cut?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There was a financial analyst, a senior administrative secretary, and a capital coordinator.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
The 3 positions that were cut from employment and income and rent assist.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, all of these positions are, it's important to note, I think, that they have been vacant positions for quite some time. And so these are what the roles. There's an investigative assistant and 2 policy analysts with respect to this. But I think it's important to say that certainly there hasn't been any changes in program delivery or anything that's been reduced as a result of this. These are positions that have been vacant for quite some time.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
The 7.2 positions with Winnipeg Child and Family Services, what positions there have been cut and their titles?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to put some context to this, the after-hours call center under CFS has been moved and consolidated over to MHRC, where they're taking calls on EIA, CFS, housing, and other areas. So that's been consolidated, the function, over under MHRC. So there were 4 positions four after-hours social worker positions. Some were part-time positions as well. There was a child and family services worker. Again, this was a vacant position for some time. There's a switchboard operator, which also was part of that function under the after-hours call center that's been moved over, the function of which has been moved over to Manitoba Housing and Renewal Corporation. There was an intake social worker, which was not an occupied position, and a community social services supervisor. Again, some of these are part-time positions, so that's important to note that.
The honourable member for Thompson.
So are there additional jobs then in MHRC then now?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, this is a consolidation of the function of after-hours, of the after-hours call center over in MHRC. So they are taking calls rather than having duplicate centers across the board. There was a consolidation of those, and so they take on the functionality of taking on EIA calls, housing. It's a coordinated approach to the after-hours call center, so that they're all being coordinated through that center rather than having duplicate centers across different areas of the department.
The honourable member for Thompson.
So were the jobs that were cut moved to MHRC as additional jobs, or were the jobs cut in general?
The honourable minister.
Again, as part of the consolidation, MHRC has an after-hours call center that's been established for a number of years. And so we wanted to look at ways to consolidate the function of these after-hour centers rather than having a number of them across the department. We consolidated them into MHRC, where they're taking calls on employment and income assistance, where they're taking housing calls, where they're taking CFS calls. So these particular positions these particular vacant positions, again, they've been vacant for some time, are no longer.
The honourable member for Thompson.
So the positions have been cut, and you were given an opportunity. There was an opportunity to correct the record, but the jobs have been cut. Can the minister provide me with an overall vacancy rate of her department, as well as a vacancy rate for each of the 5 divisions in the Department of Families?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and we don't have a breakdown of the of individual areas of the department, but there's a total of 14.07% vacancy. But I think it's also important to talk a little bit about what the role of government is. And certainly the role of government is delivering services in the most efficient and effective way for Manitobans. And we're finding ways. I mean, the member opposite will know that after 17 years of NDP mismanagement, we know that there's a better way to deliver services to Manitobans. We're focused as a party more on outcomes for those service deliveries. We want to ensure that Manitobans who need to access EIA services, that need to access housing and so on, that we're delivering services to Manitobans in a better way where we're getting more positive outcomes as a result of that. So we're more focused on outcomes than positions per se. And if we can deliver better outcomes for Manitobans, we know that Manitobans, that's what Manitobans want, and that's what Manitobans expect from their government. So I think it's important to mention that at this stage, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
As a new MLA, I've been speaking with Manitobans, and it's been very clear with them that I'm hearing that they are quite concerned by the cuts that have been taking place, which is why I'm asking these questions. I was wondering if the minister could provide me with the breakdowns of each division, the vacancy rate in each of the 5 divisions for tomorrow.
The Honourable Minister.
We can endeavour to get that information to the member.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Can the minister tell me what change, if any, have been made to the following programs' eligibility criteria for budget 2019, 20 and 2020? Manitoba Child Benefit, the Children's Optic Care Program, 55 plus, Rent Assist, the School Tax Assist for tenants 55 plus, Child Care Subsidy, Disability and Health Supports, Employment and Income Assistance, and Health Assistance.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the member opposite, if she could go through that list again, we're endeavoring to try and write down as quickly as we can what she's asking for here, or if she'd like to do them individually as well.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
If it would 2 at a time be okay?
The Honourable Minister.
Sure.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Manitoba Child Care Benefit, Children's Opted Care Program.
The Honourable Minister.
Just for clarification, is you were asking for the eligibility criteria?
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Yes.
The Honourable Minister.
So for the Manitoba Child Benefit, the eligibility is for resident of Manitoba. The eligibility, for Manitoba Child Benefit is a resident of Manitoba, have dependent children under the age of 18 who are in your care, in receipt of Canada Child Benefits for dependent children. Family income is below a specific level and is based on the previous year's income. Cannot be in receipt of employment and income assistance unless you're only receiving the health benefits portion of EIA. The Manitoba Child Benefit is paid through direct deposit. So that's the eligibility criteria for the Manitoba Child Benefit. And with respect to the second program, the Children's OptiCare program, it helps, the eligibility for that. To get benefits through this program, you must be a resident of Manitoba, have children under the age of 18 who live with you, get the Manitoba Child Benefit for the child who needs the glasses. You may not get benefits through this program if you have coverage for glasses under any other health insurance program. Example, rewarding work health plan, First Nations insured health benefits, Manitoba Blue Cross, and you make a claim more than 14 months after the glasses were paid for.
The honourable member for Thompson.
I apologize to the minister if my question was not clear. I'm inquiring on whether or not there was a change to the criteria and a change to the benefit for the program.
The honourable minister.
Yeah, no, the criteria hasn't changed.
The honourable member for Thompson.
Has the benefit level changed?
The honourable minister.
Sorry, could you repeat that? The benefit model, did you say?
The honourable member for Thompson.
Has the benefit changed, like the benefit level? Are they getting less money, more money?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, no, there are no changes.
The honourable member for Thompson.
55 plus rent assist, are there any changes coming to these programs as a result of the upcoming budget?
The honourable member for Thompson.
I apologize, this budget.
The honourable minister.
Why? No. I mean, I think that was the answer to the previous sort of two questions as well. So, yeah.
The honourable member for Thompson.
School tax assistance for tenants 55 plus and portable homes housing benefit.
The Honourable Minister.
No, there's no changes to the benefits.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
The child care subsidy and the disability and health supports.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, no, there's been no changes.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
I'm going to do the last three if that's okay. Tenant-specific rent supplement program, employment and income assistance, and health assistance.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There have been no changes to the tenant-specific rent supplement or health services, but there have been some positive changes to EIA.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
I apologize. I didn't hear the answer to employment EIA.
The Honourable Minister.
Been some positive changes in EIA.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
And what are the positive changes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things here. With respect to the member opposite will know that utility rates are tied to the Public Utilities Board. So if the Public Utilities Board decides to increase utility rates to the extent that they have, we're still helping Manitobans keep up with the rising utility costs. So we have made some changes there. With respect to the Winnipeg transit rates and cemetery fees, this of course is set by the city by the municipality, and we have increased the benefit there to help cover some of those costs as well. The member opposite will recall when she or her previous government had something under EIA called the Job Seekers Allowance. Part of the criteria there wasn't actually having to seek a job actively, and so it wasn't really, the program title wasn't reflective of what the program was offering. So what we do is we ensure that $25 allowance is still offered to those who are actively seeking employment. We want to encourage more people to get back to work, and so we believe we're working on in various ways. We're working closely with Manitoba Education and Training to develop programming to ensure that we're assisting those who Manitobans who want to seek employment, and so there are a number of initiatives there as well.
The member from Thompson.
According to the minister's last 2 annual reports, the incidences of alleged abuse or neglect in the community disability services spiked by nearly 50%, going from 232 incidences in 2016-2017 to 341 incidences in 2017 and 2018, and finally to 356 incidences in 2018 and 2019. A report of such incidents was referred to. Police have also increased over this year, and the number of substance cases have doubled, and the number of people charged under the criminal code have tripled. Can the minister clear up why there's been such a large increase in the reports in reported incidences, and why we have seen such a large increase in investigation and even criminal charges?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. And of course, any incident of abuse is horrific. We don't want to see this within our system. Unfortunately, this does happen, and I know that Manitoba advocates have asked for an increase in reporting of these incidents, and that has taken place. But I think it's also important to note that the number of people being served under the Community Living and Disability Services program has increased significantly. So, of course, those Manitobans, if we're serving more Manitobans, then this is likely an increase in some of the reporting of incidences. So I would say those would be the two reasons for that.
The member from Thompson.
Why was there a tripling of people charged under the criminal code?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. Of course, I mentioned in my previous answer that Manitoba advocates have been asking for an increase in reporting of incidences. We've been encouraging people to come forward to report abusive situations that they're in, and so by encouraging more people to come forward, it's a good thing that these are being reported. And of course, I think subsequent to that, I think it's a good thing. It's very difficult for some of these people to come forward with these allegations of abuse. And I think subsequent to that, the police are doing their jobs, law enforcement is doing their jobs, and they're looking in their investigative approach to this, they're looking at an increase in charges that are being laid. It's very important that people who are being abusive and abusing these people in society, that there should be consequences for their actions. And so we encourage Manitobans who are dealing in abusive situations to come forward, and the police take on their role, and so we would see that would be an increase in the number of charges being laid against these individuals.
The member from Thompson.
How is the minister and her department encouraging people to come forward with their stories of abuse?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the member opposite will know that under the the Persons Act, it provides for orientation and training related to the duty to report these incidents. And at the community service worker level, our department offers more training in the area of communication, in the area of education, and in the area of enforcement. It's of course these community service workers who also conduct these investigations as well, and I just want to take this opportunity to commend them for the work that they do.
Member for Thompson.
Seeing as the number of people charged has almost quadrupled, I'd like to know if the minister plans on increasing wages and training for people that are caring for people with disabilities, seeing as this is a very troubling trend. And we want to ensure that people have the best access to care.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And member opposite will recall that under the previous NDP government that wages were fairly stagnant in the area of community living and disabilities under their watch. And we have started to make some improvements in those areas when it comes to wages when members opposite and during their time didn't provide those increases in wages. So we're starting to make some headway, but we recognize, of course, that there's still more improvements that need to be made, and we'll continue to work with stakeholders in the community. We'll continue to work with workers and ensure that we are creating a sustainable workforce for those vulnerable persons in the community, and so we'll continue that work. Of course, after 17 years of fairly stagnant wages, we recognize that there's more work to be done, but after doing nothing for that period of time, it's going to take some more time to bring us to where we need to be.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
I do not recall the last 17 years, as I am a new MLA. And I would like to know what the minister has implemented for training regarding people with vulnerable people and working with elders and seniors and disabilities.
Minister.
So thank the member for the question, and there's actually strong engagement with Abilities, which is the service providers, and between the strong engagement with Abilities, between Abilities and the Department of Families as well. And there's a focus on a quality assurance initiative that is being worked on with a focus on improving personal outcomes for these individuals with lived experience. And so throughout that, we're working closely with these service providers. We're consulting with families, we're consulting with individuals, we're consulting with these service providers so we can ensure that we're getting this right, that we're getting the best possible service that we can for these individuals who need it, these vulnerable individuals in our communities.
The honourable member for Thompson.
What are the changes? Orientation isn't new. The law to vulnerable persons hasn't changed. What has your department done to protect our vulnerable population?
Be specific.
The honourable member for Thompson.
Oh.
Can you repeat
Sorry.
that? We missed it on the hand cert.
Oh, sorry. Can the minister please be specific?
Okay, thank you. The honourable minister.
Could the member repeat the question, please?
The honourable member for Thompson.
What are the changes? Orientation isn't new. The law to vulnerable persons hasn't changed. What has your department done to protect our vulnerable population? And can the minister please be specific to what the changes have been?
The honourable minister.
And I think it's important to say that we're always, as a department, looking to find better ways to provide better services to these vulnerable Manitobans living with disabilities. And certainly there's been a higher level of engagement with Abilities, our service providers. I did mention in my previous answer about the quality assurance initiative, which is underway, and we anticipate, and that's between the departments as well as our service providers, again in consultation with people with lived experience, with the families, with service providers, with communities. We'll continue continue that consultation process. And I think out of this quality assurance initiative, which is quite something, I think that we've embarked on, we anticipate that there may be some recommendations out of that process as to how we can make improvements. The member opposite was saying that, there hasn't been any changes to the Act. Well, I don't know, the member opposite, I know she says that she's only been a member here for a short while and she wasn't part of her NDP government. Well, we can't erase history. We can't erase what took place back when the NDP was in power in Manitoba. They had the ability to make changes back then and they chose not to. So the member opposite can't erase history. Where they failed, these Manitobans were delivering on this, and we're working with our service providers, we're working with the families, we're working with people with lived experience to ensure that we get the best possible outcomes for these individuals because they deserve it.
The member for Thompson.
Thank you. I'm still very troubled by the number of cases that have been reported and people charged under the criminal code. I'm not satisfied with the answers that I'm getting from the minister regarding what her department has taken on addressing these and protecting our vulnerable population. I'm going to move on from this, but I will come back to this at a later date. The number of children receiving subsidized childcare has declined by nearly 1,700 since 2015 and 2016. I believe in part of the explanation is that the federal child tax benefit has increased, pushing many income above the eligible threshold. Did the minister consider raising the threshold for the eligibility, and will she?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to point out that the member opposite is quite wrong in her preamble, that where she suggested that the Canada Child Benefit is considered as income. It is not considered as part of income when considering eligibility for childcare subsidies. In fact, we do know that there has been, under the previous government, and I know the member opposite doesn't like to talk about that because she wasn't here at the time, but she cannot erase history. Again, it's part of her government, a political party that she ran for. And I think it's important to point out that under their watch, the previous NDP government, the childcare wait list more than doubled. So we recognize that there's a serious challenge when it comes to childcare spaces in the province of Manitoba. But with 17 years of really not moving in the right direction quickly enough in that direction and providing those childcare spaces for those families that need it, we've made some progress so far. We've had to make some significant changes, and we've made some progress. We have committed to more than 3,200 new childcare spaces since coming into office, which we think is significant progress. But of course, we recognize that there's more work that needs to be done, and that's why we have introduced the Child Care Centre Development Tax Credit. We don't put an ideological bent on creating childcare spaces in Manitoba. We want to partner with whoever we can to ensure that we can provide those spaces to families that need it. And that's why we want to partner with the private sector to create these spaces so that we can offer those spaces for Manitoba families. So that's sort of one area that we've moved in, and I think what is the right direction. We also obviously have a bilateral agreement with the federal government where we've been working closely with them to ensure that we're looking at further daycare spaces. The member opposite will know that we announced 20 new schools for Manitoba for Manitobans, and part of that will be a significant number of childcare spaces there as well within those schools once they're built. And I think part of that initiative, we're recognizing, I think, about almost 150 new spaces this year alone. So we think that that's significant. But we recognize, again, Mr. Chair, that there is still more work that needs to be done, and we will continue to work with the Manitoba Child Care Association. We'll continue to work with families, and we'll continue to work with communities to ensure that we can provide that affordable daycare, childcare, for Manitobans who need it.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Why was there a 1,700 decline in childcare subsidy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, I thank the member for the question. I think it's important to note that, she's quite right. We are making life more affordable for Manitobans. Things like our decision to decrease the PST, reduce the PST that members opposite increased and made it less affordable for Manitobans. And of course, we want to ensure, and there's other benefits that we have increased for Manitobans, whether it has to do with housing, rent assist, EIA supports. It's important to note that we are making life more affordable for Manitobans. And we want to ensure that the child care subsidy is there for Manitobans who really need it, when they need it. And so we're never going to apologize for making life more affordable for Manitobans. But it is important to note as well, and I know the member opposite again doesn't want to go back to the previous NEP government, but it's important to note that this funding model was put in place for childcare in Manitoba well over a decade ago. And the members opposite had a choice at the time. They could have changed the model, they could have updated it, they could have made those changes that the member opposite is maybe talking about today. But they chose not to, and certainly we have already announced that we will be conducting a funding model review where some of these some of these initiatives will be considered, and so we wait for the outcome of that review. We're going to work closely with the Manitoba Child Care Association. I have set up a new consultation table on early learning and childcare, which includes input from the Manitoba Child Care Association. It includes input from parents, and the review of the funding model will help us move towards a more equitable, sustainable, and childcare model in Manitoba. And that's, I think, what Manitobans need, want, and deserve in a childcare model.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Has the eligibility for subsidy changed?
The Honourable Minister.
That's the point that I'm making, is that, and that's why we've introduced this, the funding model review, because again, we go back to the previous government who set up the model well over a decade ago. They never reviewed the model. They never made the necessary updates to that model. We recognize that there's a challenge that we're faced with in Manitoba with respect to childcare for Manitobans who need it, and that's why we have introduced this funding model review, to ensure that we are able to work towards a more equitable, again, a more sustainable childcare model in Manitoba.
The Member for Thompson.
What unit does licensing, order and suspension, and refusals for daycare?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's called the Compliance-Based Licensing Unit, which is part of the ELCC branch.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Is there a specific group of people assigned to this? And what is the line item in the budget? And how many are there in the budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 29 staff, 3 supervisors, all with early childhood educators, educator 3s. They do all of the licensing and monitoring of child care centers and homes as part of their duties, and this is referred to on page 101 of the estimates book.
The Member for Thompson.
How many of those positions are unfilled?
Honourable Minister.
There are currently 5 vacant positions.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
How many full-time equivalent positions were assigned to the compliance unit in 2018 and 2019?
The Honourable Minister.
The number is unchanged from 18-19.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
According to the Minister's annual report, in 2017 and 2018, there were no licensing orders, suspensions, or license refusals for every type of daycare center in the province, including nonprofit centers, homes, and for-profit daycares. This year in 2018-2019, there were only 3, all a result of self-reported incidences, and a lower amount has been recorded in many years. For home daycares, since the Pallister government took office, there has not been a single licensing order, and there has not been a single licensing suspension or license refusal. My concern is that there is a concerted effort in years past to ensure better compliance from daycare centers. Licensing orders show this. 7 in 2014, 8 in 2015, but the number has fallen off. In 2016 and 2017, there was 4. In 2017 and 2018, there was 0. In the past year, there were only 3, all of which were a result of self-reporting. How does the minister explain this?
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much. Yeah, our department staff works very closely with the child care facilities in a compliance-based licensing model. And so when, for example, if if one childcare facility is falling behind, we work very closely with them before we have to get to this stage where these would be reported. We want to work very closely between the childcare agencies and the department to ensure there is full compliance there. And I would say that this is a good news story for the tremendous work that is being done by the early learning and childcare staff in the department to work very closely with these childcare agencies to ensure compliance.
The honourable member for Thompson.
Why was there only 0 in 2018 and 2019, and the previous year were only 3 due to self-reporting?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, Mr. Chair, I think this is a good news story for the incredible work that the early learning and childcare staff are doing within the department to work very closely with those childcare facilities to ensure compliance. And so, certainly there was probably some recognition that under the previous government those numbers weren't so good and that some action needed to be taken. And so I commend the department for taking that necessary action to get us to where we are today. And so, we'll continue that hard work. I know the staff will continue the hard work and continue to work in a cooperative way with the childcare facilities to ensure compliance.
The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you. I do struggle with that there were 0 and 3 which were self-reporting. For example, Minister, if I sent food inspection agents to every restaurant in the city, there would be some orders of compliance. So how often are daycares inspected with the compliance unit?
The Honourable Minister.
So, thank the member for the question. Of course, licenses are renewed on an annual basis, but certainly that by no means says that the department isn't working very closely with these childcare facilities throughout the year to ensure that they remain compliant. And so the department staff does a very good job on a regular basis touching base with these childcare facilities to ensure that that they maintain that compliance. And to the extent that some fall into, maybe are struggling with some areas, the department staff works very close with them to ensure that they rectify those situations. So again, I want to commend the staff for the incredible work that they do, working very closely with these childcare facilities to ensure that they maintain compliance.
The member for Thompson.
The Palliser government has put an emphasis on home daycare, and during the election they said they were planning on providing more supports for private for-profit daycares. Given the low number of compliance, will the minister put appropriate resources into licensing before she extends new resources into private daycares, or is she just going to roll the dice?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question. Of course, we believe we don't take an ideological approach, unlike members opposite, when it comes to providing childcare for Manitobans who need, want, and deserve it. And that's why we have taken steps to partner with the private sector. It's why we've taken steps to increase the number of in-home daycares. We think that's a positive thing. Providing more daycare spaces for Manitoba families is what our job is in the department, and certainly that's what we'll continue to do. I think it's important from a compliance standpoint that these in-home daycares will also fall under that model. As the department is becoming, which we have seen through the numbers, that has become much more efficient in the way that they are delivering those services for Manitobans and working very closely with those daycare facilities to ensure compliance. They're able to free up more of their time to focus on some of those facilities that maybe are falling a little bit behind from a compliance standpoint, so we can work with them to ensure that they maintain their license throughout the year. So again, that's incredible work that's being done. I commend the staff who, for the work that they do in the department to ensure that compliance. And again, these in-home daycares, providing more daycare spaces in Manitoba is a good thing. So we'll always stand in favor of more childcare spaces in Manitoba. I hope the member opposite isn't suggesting that we shouldn't have in-home daycares, that we shouldn't be providing more daycare spaces in Manitoba. I hope that's not what she's suggesting.
The honourable member for Thompson.
So what I hear the minister saying is that there are less licensing orders now because the staff are working closer with daycares. So would that mean that there is a move away from issuing licensing orders when they are warranted?
The Honourable Minister.
No.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
There has been literally no protective license enforcement in the last 2 years, and there was no licensing orders in 2017 and 2018, and there were no proactive enforcements in 2018 and 2019 either. Those orders come from daycare reporting itself. Why is the effective not enforcement?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, Mr. Chair, I think it's important that the member opposite understands that those working in early learning and childcare within the Department of Families are doing a tremendous job at ensuring compliance with those childcare facilities. And they work in a more efficient and effective way to ensure compliance, and that's reflected in the numbers. I know the member opposite doesn't like the numbers, maybe, because the numbers are actually good. We're providing good services and working with our childcare facilities to ensure that they do maintain that compliance. That is a good thing for Manitoba. I don't think, but we would never jeopardize the safety or anything of children in those childcare facilities. I hope that that's not what the member opposite is suggesting, that people in the Department of Families would somehow jeopardize the safety and security of those children in those childcare facilities. I know these people who work in the Department of Families and in early learning and childcare. They do tremendous work on behalf of Manitobans, and I think they should be commended for the work that they do.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
In the summer of 2017, there was a well-documented confrontation between government and the community regarding the waitlist for inclusion support. Parents were being told that funding was committed and they would have to wait until next year. It is very critical coverage. It appears that the minister has backed down. Has the Pallister government made any changes to the inclusion support program?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member for the question. Of course, our government is committed to increasing accessibility to early learning and childcare, including options for children with disabilities and/or emotional and behavioral needs. I think it's important at this point to recognize the fact that there are no people on a wait list in Manitoba looking for these services, and so I think that's an important part of this, to ensure that the program is accessible for Manitobans who need it. So as part of Manitoba's action plan under the Canada-Manitoba Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, The department is piloting a new dual stream service and funding approach, which is focused on coordinating services to better meet the additional support needs of children with disabilities. So I think we've taken important steps here, and we recognize that we want to ensure that these services are provided to those Manitobans who need it.
The honourable member for Thompson.
The department's guide to inclusion support program dated September 2013 says if a child is transferred to another facility, the funding will transfer to the new facility. The child does not have to start over with a new application to the program. Is this still the case?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think it's important to say that we take a child-centered approach to this issue. We want to ensure that the necessary level of funding is adequate to support the child's needs. And so we know that different childcare facilities have different resources, so we recognize that for example, if one childcare facility doesn't offer, some of the same supports that child has in one facility, and they're moving and relocating to another facility, the funding may actually go up as a result of that to ensure that those supports are offered to that individual child. And so we believe in a child-centered approach to ensure that the necessary funding flows with that child in the movement between facilities.
The Member for Thompson.
How many applications for inclusion support has the department received?
The Honourable Minister.
So there were 1,429 applicants last year, and every child who applied was accommodated.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Can I ask for a 5-minute break?
Is there agreement for a 5-minute break? Okay. Is it will to the House to have a 5-minute break? Agreed. So ordered. Okay, we'll resume, and the next question will be from the member from the MLA for Thompson.
How many applications were received in 2017 and 2018?
Sorry, well, I'll repeat the question again, the member for Thompson.
How many applications were received in 2017 and 2018 in regards to the Inclusion Support Program?
The Honourable Minister.
Active cases, right? Yeah. So in 17-18, there were 1,471 active cases, and in 18-19, there were, as I mentioned earlier, 1,429.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
What is the processing time for the applications?
The Honourable Minister.
So again, we take a child-centered approach to this, and the processing time is dependent on the needs of the child and the capacity of the child care center. So the processing time will vary from child to child.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
What is the average processing time?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, it ranges from 2 days to 6 weeks. Sometimes the assessment can take a little longer because it's based again on this child-centered approach. It's based on the child's needs. So sometimes the assessment of that child for what is needed for them can take a little bit longer.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Would the minister take it as an undertaking to provide me with the average processing times for the applications over the last 3 years?
The Honourable Minister.
So I thank the member for the question. She'll recall that this program existed under the previous NDP government, and there was no statistical data that was kept back in that time. We recognized a year ago or so that there was a need to start tracking this data, and so I would not be able to undertake what the member has requested.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Has there been any changes to the referral process in the last 2 years?
The Honourable Minister.
I think I mentioned to the member earlier, as part of Manitoba's action plan under the Canada-Manitoba Early Learning and Childcare Agreements, the department is piloting a new dual stream service and funding approach focused on coordinating services to better meet the additional support needs of those children with disabilities. So as part of that, there's a new eligibility application as part of that, and those are the changes that have been made. We think it's a positive thing for those who are living with, for those children who are applying through the process.
The member for Thompson.
Would the minister be able to give me a copy of the old application and the current application?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, we can't provide the previous application because, in fact, there was never an application under the previous governments, but we can certainly provide the new application, which we believe is part of the transparency of the new process that we're piloting here.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Over this time period, the number of children served by Children's Disability Services is only growing. We know the demand for services for children with disabilities is increasing. Yet during this time, inclusion support in daycares has dropped. The lowest number of children enrolled in inclusion support in the last 10 years. Why?
Minister.
So I thank the member for the question. I think it's a good one. We're building the capacity of the sector through training initiatives under the bilateral agreement. And as a result, children who would previously need different resources can be accommodated within the center's existing capacity. So for example, training initiatives like the Applied Behavioral Analysis Program, the Circle of Security approach. So those are two examples of training initiatives that have helped in these areas.
The member for Thompson.
Prior to the application for the inclusion support worker, what was the process for applying for the program?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So again, under the previous NDP government, there was this approach where people had to call in or email in their request for this program, and we recognized that there was a need to bring transparency to the process, that we need to have the appropriate application as part of that, and so that's why we established this, this application.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
In a FIPA dated May 3rd, 2017, an analyst in the Minister's Department said that there were 1,604 children served by the Inclusion Support Program at that time, and anticipated the number will continue to increase, yet it did not. It dropped to the lowest numbers we've seen. Why is that?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just going back to a previous question that the member had asked about if she could get a copy of the Inclusion Support Program application form. I've just been informed that the form is actually available on the new resident portal for forms and policies on the website. So you can just access it there if that's okay.
The honourable member for Thompson.
I'd like to thank the minister for that information.
The honourable minister.
And just in answer to the member's question, the number she's referring to actually predate the pilot's, the new dual stream approach that the department has taken. And so that would have resulted in a reduction in those numbers.
The honourable member for Thompson.
The new supports received from the federal government is 100% federal dollars. There is no reason why the province could not maintain and grow the inclusion support program while pursuing additional programming. Why has the number of children in the supported in the inclusion support program dropped?
The honourable minister.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. In fact, we can't force people to apply to the program. So, but it should be noted that all of those individuals who apply through this program are given the level of support that they need based on their needs.
The honourable member for Thompson.
I thought we were going to be done. Okay, I'll go on. Okay. 2 years ago in 2016 and 2017, tuition support grants supported 60 full-time students and 249 staff replacement grants. How many did it?
The hour being 6 p.m., the committee rise, calling the speaker.
The hour being 6 p.m., this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.